Hello, everyone, and welcome to the very first class of Polity and Constitution. I hope I am audible as well as visible. Great, audible and visible. Let's wait for those to join and then we'll begin our discussion for the day. Okay, so let's begin. Others can keep on joining in the meantime. So this is the class on polity and constitution. So firstly, some clarification. This class will be covering, of course, GS paper 2, a small part of GS paper 2. That is going to be polity and constitution. GS paper 2, that is the mains paper 2, has governance, social justice, and international relations. We'll be covering here polity and constitution over the course of next 24 lectures, including today. So in all, we'll have 24 lectures, and the class timings from 6 to 9:30. We'll start at 6 a.m. sharp and we'll end the class at 9:30, right? And every class I'll be taking doubts once during the or before the break and once before ending the session. That is going to be the doubt time. Now, see, as far as GS paper 2 or polity is concerned, this topic is extremely important for the examination, interesting and important. And in this particular, the course of next 4 or 5 weeks, we'll go on an amazing journey of the entire constitution, the statutes, the laws, the provisions, various landmark judgments, bodies, their functions, plethora of issues and concerns, plus solutions, right? The way forward that govern our country. Of course, all this keeping in mind the syllabus of UPSC. That is going to be our cause of concern because eventually we are going to focus on the syllabus of polity. The purpose here is going to be the UPSC examination, not just random knowledge. Okay, so first up, why are we studying polity and constitution? What exactly is the need for it? So, why the importance? Three things before we discuss the topics at hand is the importance of the subject. Why is the topic important? Secondly, we also need to understand the syllabus. Very, very important. What is the syllabus? And number three is the book list. What books to refer to when it comes to polity and constitution. Okay. So first up, why is this particular paper 2 and this polity and constitution so important? Now, it's important because the number of questions asked in prelims and mains are pretty decent in terms of number. So have a look at number of questions being asked from this topic in the past few years. Say in 2011, 12 questions asked. 2012, these are number of questions. Number of questions asked from polity in your prelims. So the prelims paper is 100 questions, each question 2 marks, total 200 marks. And we have around 15 to 20 questions, that means around 30 to 40 marks worth questions every year, right? And if you focus also on the cutoff, see 2014, prior to 2014, CSAT used to be a qualifying paper, right? But post 2014, prior to 2014, CSAT was not a qualifying paper, wherein the CSAT marks used to be added. That is why if you look at, say, 2013, the cutoff is 241. Makes no sense because the CSAT marks were added. But 2015 onwards, CSAT became qualifying, and now the selection depends on your GS paper 1. And what's the cutoff? The cutoff in 2015 was as low as 107 marks out of 200. 107 marks, out of which 15 questions, that is 30 marks questions asked from polity. 2016 was a difficult year for polity, of course, just 6 questions asked. And the cutoff also increased, 116. In fact, this has been the highest cutoff in the recent times in UPSC. The highest cutoff. Cutoff meaning these many marks are required to clear the prelims and enter the main stage. 2017, 22 questions from polity, and the cutoff came down to 105. 2018, cutoff came down further to 98. In 2019, again 15 questions, cutoff came down to 98. So, and then we have seen that the cutoff has come down only. 92 here, 87 next, 85. It has come under 90 now. The cutoff is now under 90, right? Less than 90 marks out of 200. So why I'm saying this is because our expectations have to be placed properly. A lot of you who have come from the CBSE background, ICSE background in your school days and all, and look at the toppers right now. The toppers get 99.8% marks, 99.9% marks, and they're still sad. I lost 0.2% marks somewhere. In UPSC, this is not going to happen. Toppers here get 50% marks. 50% marks. So you have to have your expectations placed reasonably. Don't expect to get 180 marks out of 200. And it's not required also, frankly. So the cutoff is roughly around 45%. And the number of questions asked from polity. This year also, in 2023, number of questions asked were 15. Okay. So these many questions have been asked in the recent times from polity in the prelims paper. That's why this topic is important. Second thing, what's the syllabus of polity in prelims? Now, if you look at the prelims syllabus given by UPSC, it is not very clear, frankly. It is very, very concise, too brief for our understanding. Let's see. So the syllabus of prelims. Indian polity. Oh, what is polity? So since this is a first class and you're studying polity, we need to know what is the meaning of polity. Polity simply refers to form of government. This is what is called polity. Form of government. So Indian form of government and governance, the constitution, then the political system, the process of making government decisions, the political system. Panchayati Raj, a topic mentioned in the prelims syllabus. Though Panchayati Raj, this topic does not yield too many questions in the prelims, but it's a very, very important topic in the main examination. Then rights issues, etc. Rights issues pertain to topics like fundamental rights and related issues arising out of fundamental rights. This is a prelim syllabus. We don't really see much use here because there is no clarity. But let's move on to the next stage, that is the main stage. Now, in the main examination, I'm sure you're aware now that it's a 250 marks paper. We have total 20 questions, 10 questions, 150 words, 10 questions, 250 words, right? So that is a mains marking scheme. Now, how many marks worth questions are asked in mains from this topic? These are marks. So why we are starting our discussion from 2013 onwards is because the syllabus of UPSC was modified in 2013. 4 GS papers, optional was removed. So all these minor changes were made since 2013. And even the type of questions asked in the main examination have largely been different because, again, it has now become more of a thinking person's paper. Rote learning, memory based questions are seen less and less, and more application based questions, right? So in 2013, you see around roughly close to 80 marks worth questions, 14 and 15, 75 marks worth questions. And here I am referring to only polity and constitution. I am not including governance, which means any topic which relates to, say, RTI, CAG, CBI, CVC, Lokpal, Lokayukt, all these topics are not being included here. It's hardcore polity topics. Then 2016 again, around 87 marks worth questions. 2017, 100 marks worth questions. In the recent time, we have seen the number of questions being asked around 100, 110 marks worth questions. So again, a very, very important element of your main examination also. Out of 250 marks, around 100 plus marks questions from polity only. And again, the same old story. Out of 250 marks, 100 plus is a very good score in GS mains. So don't expect 245 marks out of 250 and all. That is not possible here. So again, this is with respect to the mains importance. And now the mains syllabus. So if you look at the prelim syllabus, not much clarity here. But the main syllabus in UPSC is elaborate. They have, as far as the main exam is concerned, they have tried to explain in detail what exactly is the syllabus. That's of great help to us. First up is the Indian Constitution, historical underpinnings, evolution, features, amendments. I'm sure you're aware that the Indian Constitution can be modified, it can be amended. So modifications are allowed. And in fact, we have so far made 105 modifications, right? So please, not all modifications, don't worry. I'll be telling you which modifications are important, which are not important. Okay. Then significant provisions, important provisions. Very, very important to understand this, that you don't need to know the entire constitution, only important provisions. Then something called basic structure. So, in our constitution, there are some things which can't be modified, which can't be amended. Those things are called basic structure. We'll discuss this also in detail. See, I'm not getting into details here. We'll discuss all this in detail as when the topic comes. So basic structure when we study fundamental rights. Then functions and responsibilities of the union and the states, their issues and challenges pertaining to federal structure. What is the meaning of federal? Federal structure or federalism refers to a governance structure which is characterized by central government, regional government, union government, state government, national government, provincial government. Two different levels of government is what is called federal. So here, central and state government. The division of power between center and states. federalism. It is a very, very important topic. Center-state relations. In the current context, with the disputes between center and West Bengal, center and Tamil Nadu, center and Kerala, primarily all the non-BJP ruled states and the center. So it becomes again important. Okay. Then devolution of power, providing powers and finances up to the local levels. Now, what is the meaning of this word local level? This word local level refers to panchayats and municipalities. Panchayats, municipalities. So whenever you find this word local levels, it refers to panchayats and municipalities and challenges therein. Again, extremely important topic is panchayats and municipalities. Extremely important. I mean, you'll have to assume that a question invariably in the main examination will be asked from panchayats. That's how important this topic is. Then separation of powers between various organs. So we have separation of power between three organs, L, E, and J, and the dispute redressal mechanisms and the institutions. Then parliament and the state legislatures, their structure, their functioning, their conduct of business, powers, privileges, and issues arising out of these. Again, very important topic. Parliament. Questions both in the prelims and mains are regularly asked from Parliament. Then the structure, the organization, and the functioning of the executive, the government, and the judiciary, the ministries, departments of the government, etc. And again, just to clarify, judiciary here in the recent times has become very important for prelims and mains. And under judiciary, we'll be studying in detail a topic called activism. What is activism later on? But activism, overreach, PIL, public interest litigation, all such terms, importance of activism, problems with activism, limitations on judiciary. We'll study all these things later on. And again, we can expect invariably a question from activism, PILs, etc. in the GS mains paper. Then, now in our country, we know very well that our politicians can be removed, but only after 5 years through a process called elections, where people vote. To govern elections in the country, there are two laws. Those laws are referred to as RPA, Representation of People's Act. So one law is RPA of 1950. The other law is RPA 1951. Two laws. Now, the appointment to various constitutional posts, powers, functions, and responsibilities of various constitutional bodies. So, we'll be studying about some constitutional posts, bodies like Election Commission of India, bodies like Finance Commission, bodies like National Commission for Scheduled Castes, National Commission for Scheduled Tribes, National Commission for Backward Classes, etc. Such bodies under constitutional posts. Okay. And then statutory, regulatory, and various quasi semi-judicial. These bodies are called semi-judicial, partially judicial. A very good example of such bodies is tribunals. Tribunals are quasi-judicial bodies. Statutory, What is statutory? Statutory from the word statute. S-T-A-T-U-T. Statute. Statute simply means a law. If you want to impress somebody, use the word statute. Otherwise, law. Meaning is the same. So statutory bodies, legal bodies, bodies created by the legislature. So this is the syllabus for mains, which is in detail, so we can have a better understanding of what exactly is the need of the examination. Just to once again summarize the entire syllabus that we have for mains and what exactly is required to be studied. So we'll of course be studying number one, the Constitution. Not all the articles, few provisions, the important ones. Number two, we'll also study statutes or laws, the important ones. Then sometimes executive, government, their orders, their notifications, some of them also become important. Lastly, and very important, Supreme Court judgments. Supreme Court judgments, Supreme Court directives, Supreme Court instructions. And not just this, sometimes questions have been asked even from Supreme Court observations. Supreme Court makes some observation and the UPSC will frame a question on those observations of Supreme Court. Now these are all there. Beyond that, in our country, we also have some things called conventions. Customs. What is convention? Not mentioned anywhere, but followed as a practice, as a tradition. I'll give a very good example of convention. Are we aware of a person called governor? There is a person called governor in each state. What is the qualification of a governor? Governor's qualification under Article 157 is that the governor should be a citizen of India. That's it. And of the age of 35 years. So there is an age criteria and a citizenship criteria. There is no other criteria for the governor. But let's observe a pattern. If I ask you, say, who is the governor of Kerala? Arif Muhammad Khan is the governor of Kerala. Arif Muhammad Khan belongs to UP. Let's go to UP now. In UP, who is the governor of UP? Anandi Ben Patel. She belongs to Gujarat. Let's come to Gujarat now. In Gujarat, the governor is Acharya Devvrat, who belongs to Haryana. If you come to Haryana, the governor there is B. Dattatreya, who belongs to Telangana. You come to Telangana, Tamilisai Soundarajan belongs to Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu, R.N. Ravi belongs to Bihar. Bihar, Fagu Chauhan belongs to UP. I mean, you go to any state. Find out who is the governor in that state. That person will always be an outsider from some other state. Outsider. Why, how, we'll discuss later on. Just this point. Is it mentioned anywhere in some law, in some article? Not really. But still it is always followed. In fact, this practice has never been broken. Never ever been broken. Except once. Back in 1967, one Venkat Vishwanath was made the governor of Kerala, and he belonged to Kerala. Though he was an IAS officer who had served in the Madhya Pradesh cadre, But yes, of course, he was from Kerala and he was made the governor of Kerala. That's the only known case. Otherwise, always outsiders, convention, tradition, custom. It's just a customary way of doing certain things. Clear? So this is with respect to all these points that you need to remember. Now, again, as I said, details on why and how later on. We'll discuss all these details later on. Right now, just basic understanding. Okay. Now, importance in the examination, syllabus is done. Third thing is book list. What is the book list? That magical book list that would want to know that if I could read these books only and clear the examination. Now, of course, there is no magical book list, but what should we follow? What can be done? Number one, these are two books, NCERT books. NCERT, Bible of UPSC, not always. For example, these are two books, one for class 9th, one for class 10th. My advice is don't study these books. They are too basic in nature. They will not give you any useful information which you otherwise would not know. So may not be relevant for the examination. These two NCERT books can be safely ignored. First thing. Second, two more NCERT books. One is, again, these are also NCERT books. One is Indian Constitution at Work, a class 11th NCERT. It has 10 chapters, chapters like rights, elections, judiciary, executive, legislature, federal government, local government, all these things. You may skip this book if you are preparing for next year or 2025. This book should be read by those who are in their 11th, 12th standard or first year in college, or who are very weak at polity. They may read this book. So, may be read selectively. If you are preparing for 2026 onwards, only then, because you have time right now. Right? For those who are preparing for next year or 2025, don't read this book. It is going to serve no purpose for you. We are going to discuss this only, but in way more detail. Second NCERT book is this, and it is a must read. This book should be bought, purchased by everybody. If not, download it, have a copy of it, not just to save it in your computer, but to also read it on a regular basis. This book must be read. It has 10 chapters. The first one is an introduction. Then you have freedom, equality, social justice, rights, citizenship, nationalism, secularism, peace, and development. It is mandatory to read this book. So please, it's a must read book. I'm mentioning here. And I would request you to go through this book before we end our polity discussion in the next 24 days. So you have ample time. Even if you read one chapter per day, you can read the book thrice at least before the end of the lectures. Okay. And of course, very important, when I say read a book, read a source, that means you read the source or book at least 3 to 4 times. If you are planning, and this is not just for polity, any time in UPSC preparation, if you are planning to read something just once, don't read it, because anyway, you won't remember anything. So if you are planning to revise something, only then is it appropriate to put in the effort. Okay. Because revision is what matters. Now, why do I say this book, Political Theory, is important? Just to showcase a small example. Since 2014, when this BJP has come to power, a lot of left-wing liberals have constantly been claiming that Indian secularism is under threat, minorities are suffering, life is difficult now, fascist government, no secularism, it's gone down the drain. All this chaos and discussion is happening on a daily basis. UPSC asked a question which was exactly opposite to what was being discussed in the country. I mean, in the entire country, the discussion was going on how bad or weak Indian secularism is. It is being removed slowly. It is being whitewashed. But UPSC says, forget all that. You please tell me, what can Western countries learn from Indian constitution's approach to secularism? What can France? France is a representation of Western model. So what can France learn from the Indian constitution's approach to secularism? And this answer for this question is mentioned here. The solution is mentioned here. So, chapter 8 of this book, Political Theory, mentions this. Entire chapter deals with this topic only, that how Indian secularism is better than the Western model, and there they have taken the example of USA. So USA, France, they both represent the Western model of secularism. Now, I'm not saying that read the book because a question in mains was asked. That is invariably a very important point. But even then, apart from this also, this book will give you a lot of fodder material to write answers in your examination. Okay. Apart from this, of course, Lakshmikant, the 6th edition. So while we discuss the topics here, after every module, I will tell you which chapter from Lakshmikant should be read. You can read that chapter if you want. And towards the end of our discussion, that is on the last day, I'll be telling you which chapters you can read from Lakshmikant, which chapters you can skip completely, and which chapters may be avoided because, in my opinion, the slides will be better. Apart from this, see, you're all aspirants now, apart from being an Indian citizen, an informed citizen. So it is very important to at least have a copy of the Indian Constitution. Any publication, keep a copy of an Indian Constitution handy with you, right? These are available online on any online sellers. You can purchase it. Or if you say no, I have already put in so much money, the fees was so high, I have no money left, I will not pay a single penny for anything. No problem. Simply Google search for Constitution of India. Type this PDF. You will get the government's website, that is legislative.gov.in. On this website, you will find the copy of the Indian Constitution up for download free of cost. Download it, save it in whatever language you want. Not South Korean and Japanese and Mandarin and all, but Indian languages. English, Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, all these languages. That's it. This is the book list that is required. Now, just to point this out, last year, a question was asked in prelims. Look at the question. With reference to Gucci, sometimes mentioned in the news, consider the following statements. It's a fungus, it grows in Himalayan forest areas, all this is mentioned. Look at this Instagram handle. The rarest and the yummiest Gucci mushrooms, the most expensive mushrooms and are only found in Himalayas. It seems as if the paper setter was following some Instagram handle and directly placed a question from there. Now, do you think it is required for us to also follow Instagram? I mean, I will not make any response here. It's for you to make an informed choice whether you should follow Instagram or not. Okay. So this is there. Lastly, just to summarize the final book list and to address all your doubts. What needs to be done? Number one, first thing, the class notes, meaning the PPTs with the annotation. So I'll be writing a lot of things. Okay, lot of things, and you'll get the PDF annotations every day. Clear? So please save it, read it, mug up every point mentioned in the slide. Every point is important. Secondly, of course, political theory. Read this book. Number three, copy of Constitution of India. Either a book or the PDF. Bare Acts is what it is called. Bare Acts. Okay? Meaning articles of the Constitution mentioned as it is. Then, Lakshmikant, the 6th edition, but selective reading. And beyond that, one more thing, which is current affairs. Very, very important to follow current affairs. Current affairs can be covered through newspaper, either the Hindu or the Indian Express. Both newspapers are of impeccable quality, no problem whatsoever. Okay. Secondly, please read the monthly Byju's magazine, which is given to you every month. Please read the monthly magazine on a regular basis. And very simple to understand it. Take 1 hour of your time on a daily basis. Okay. On a daily basis. And that time should be devoted to reading the monthly magazine. Download on the website, get it. It's free of cost. Read it. 1 hour fully devoted to reading that monthly magazine. Any hour you pick, but that should be consistent till you clear the examination. Keep on reading and keep on revising. Clear? This needs to be done. Beyond this, one very important element that you should not forget is two magazines, Yojna and Kurukshetra. Gist summary of Yojna and Kurukshetra. Summary. Monthly magazine of Byju's can be found on the Byju's website, so you can get it from there. Yojna and Kurukshetra, these two magazines, no need to read the entire magazine. Just download the gist of Yojna Kurukshetra. It is available on Byju's website. All you have to do is search for it. Google search. Okay. And a link has already been given by the experts on downloading the monthly magazine. Otherwise, you can simply download the gist separately. Okay. This needs to be covered separately. Monthly magazine will not cover all the points in Yojana Kurukshetra. You will have to read them separately. These magazines are very, very important. Please understand. Beyond this, just two things. PYQs. What are PYQs? In your school days also, previous year questions and mock tests. So, PYQs will be covering most PYQs that have been asked in the prelims and then in the main examination as well. So, PYQs need to be covered. We'll cover it largely in the class only. As far as the answer writing is concerned, you'll have to write answers and get them evaluated. Mock tests every weekend. We'll have a mock test. So please understand that that mock test is mandatory. You must take it. No excuses that I don't want to take a mock test this time. From next time, did not study, did not revise. That is not important. You have to take the mock test. Okay. And every day before we actually begin our class, right? I'll be presenting before you 5 questions, 5 practice questions from what was taught yesterday. And we'll start every class every day, right from tomorrow, with 5 questions that we'll answer. Clear? This will be the strategy. Beyond that, all that you need to do now is revision, revise. Okay? This is something which is there in your control. Just follow this and you will not face any problem in most questions, either in prelims or main examination in UPSC. Now, there are other books also, like D.D. Basu, a very good book. Subhash Kashyap, a very good book. Definitely, these are good books. But I would suggest, if you have these books, you please sell them to somebody else. Tell them it's a nice book. Sell it. Don't study. It is of no concern to us. We already have sufficient material to cover both prelims and main examination. We're also focusing on Yojana Kurukshetra to get plenty of topics for discussion. Clear? So don't waste time in all this. Apart from it, we also have second ARC reports. ARC, Administrative Reforms Commission. Second ARC reports are prepared and they have been there in circulation. Now, when it comes to second ARC reports, as and when required in polity, for example, under panchayats municipalities, I have already added the second ARC recommendations. No need to separately study second ARC. So please don't go and search for some compilation and start studying randomly. Not required. Okay. That's it. That is all that is needed for the examination for polity, prelims and mains. The point is that will you do this consistently or not? Okay. So consistency is what matters. You have to be consistent with just these things. Clear? So right from day one, what is your target today? Today, your target is to read what was taught in the class at least twice or thrice, not less than that. Number two, start reading political theory. And number three, devote 1 hour to reading the monthly magazine. Clear? Second ARC reports will not be read. Ignore it. Anything which is important has already been mentioned. Are we clear? If there's anything else, I would have mentioned you here. So this is all that is important. Now, for some of you, you may not want to read the newspaper. Possible. But my advice is, even if you are not reading the newspaper, at least read the editorial pages, opinion page in the newspaper. That should be read. Clear? That's it. Apart from this, while I teach, I will write lot of things, okay, on the slides. But I may speak a lot of things, won't write some things. If you are taking class notes, good for you. Running notes, good for you. If you want to take it, good for you. Clear? So these things, they are totally subjective. If you want to make some running notes of your own, you can go ahead. Who is stopping you? No problem at all. Right? But largely, I'll be writing almost everything I say on the PPTs. Clear? This is it. Now, despite me saying all this, devoting almost 30-40 minutes on all this, this is what eventually it comes down to, right? The focus is always on collecting random kind of notes, right? Just to download, save the notes in your computer, never ever to be opened again. So please focus on this. I know a lot of things are going on in your mind, right? So don't worry. Trust the process. You are new to this. The process is not new. The process is old. It has survived for long. It will continue to survive. So focus on what is there. Nothing else is required. Okay. So that's it. And one more point. When it comes to answer writing, today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, Thursday, we will not discuss answer writing. I'll be discussing answer writing on Friday. Okay, the coming Friday, I will discuss firstly, devote some time to answer writing of what needs to be done, what are the important elements that you need to take care of, all these things. And once we have discussed answer writing, general tips that I will give you. I know you are experts in answer writing, but I'll give you general tips. Once we are done with that, then from the next Monday onwards, we'll be also incorporating the mains questions in our PPTs. But for the next 4 days, just focus on what is being taught in the class. And as far as your own separate notes are concerned, the PPTs that you'll see are themselves very, very crisp, very precise. Further summarizing it is going to be difficult. So the PPTs, there may be a lot of space in the PPTs, right? That is possible. But the PPT content is very crisp. So you don't need to separately make further notes from the PPTs. That may not be required. Okay. So before we begin our discussion on the topics, some basic terms should be known to everyone, because then we'll come to terms with or we'll be aligned with the other students also who might know these terms. First up is the Indian Constitution. This is the fundamental law of the land, Indian Constitution. And Indian Constitution, see, this is a book, a rule book, which is divided into various parts. Various parts. How many parts? This book is divided into 25 parts. Originally, 22 parts were there, but currently 25 parts. Every part contains some different topic. Parts of the Constitution. Under these parts, you have some subtopics. They are called chapters. Not important. Some parts can have chapters, other parts may not have chapters. Under those chapters are what we know as articles, provisions of the Constitution. For example, this is actually a snippet from the Constitution only, part 5, fifth part of the Constitution. Talks about the Union. And under this, we have 5 chapters, of which this is chapter 1, the executive. And under the executive, we have this. These are what are the provisions of the Constitution. Provisions. Also referred to as articles. Provisions or articles. Now, sometimes under an article, you will have some subpoints. Like when you write your answers, point, subpoint. These subpoints are referred to as clause. And if you have a subpoint under a subpoint, it's called a subclause. Article and clause and subclause. So how many articles are there? Originally, we had 395 articles. Now we have around 470 articles. Then sometimes some article may have a clause, some article may not have a clause. Look at this example here only. Article 52. That's it. No clause, no subclause. But Article 53 has 2 clauses. So it would vary. And lastly, schedules. So you can just write for now. Originally, we had 8 schedules. Now we have 12 schedules. What are schedules? Discussion later on. This is the Constitution. And because this rule book can be amended, when we make any kind of modification, or amendment to the Indian Constitution, what we do is we represent that amendment with a number. For example, let us say 42nd Amendment Act 1976. What's the meaning of this? This means that the Indian Constitution was amended for the 42nd time in 1976. Every time a modification is made in the Constitution, it is represented through a number. Okay, that is the Constitution. Now, coming to statute. What is statute? Law. Statute simply means what? A law. Who makes laws? Of course, the legislature makes laws. Legislature has a task of making laws. Now, what is the structure like? Now, initially in the legislature, we bring in what we call proposals or bills. These proposals are then passed by the legislature. Once they are passed, they become act. But acts, acts are not actually applicable on people. For act to become applicable on people, it has to be notified, notification. It has to be published. Where? Where do you publish these laws? They are published here, the Gazette of India. It is government's monthly magazine, weekly magazine. Like, Byju's has a monthly magazine. Indian government has a weekly magazine. This Gazette of India is published weekly. And only after the notification has been published in the Gazette, the act becomes a what? Law. Not before that. So this is with respect to the Gazette of India. Now, who publishes this Gazette? This Gazette is published by Department of Publication. Department of Publication publishes the Gazette, and once it is published there, then it is up for everybody to read. Beyond this, you also have a website called egazette.nic.in. On this particular website, the information, notifications are updated on a daily basis. Clear? So, generic terms right now, we are not delving into too much of detail of such things. So, statute, for example, look at this law. This law was called the Citizenship Amendment Act, CAA, and has been published in the Gazette. Then, next is types of bodies. See, I am not mentioning all the details of what happens. Passage includes by the parliament, includes the sign of the president. It's all covered here, right? So no need to go into what stages and all. We'll discuss that later on. Just assume that passage, let us write here, plus assent by the president. Okay. Now coming to types of bodies. So in our country, we have three types of bodies, and their name will clarify how these bodies are formed. Number one, constitutional bodies. Of course, these bodies are mentioned in the Indian Constitution. Every such body finds a mention in the Indian Constitution. So these bodies are mentioned in the Constitution. So every such body will have some article in the Constitution, like Election Commission 324, UPSC 315, Finance Commission 280, NCSC 338, the National Commission for Scheduled Castes, then NCST 338 capital A, NCBC, National Commission for Backward Classes, 338 capital B. Don't worry, you will also get to know all these things once we study all these topics. But as of now, just remember constitutional bodies. Then some bodies are statutory bodies. Why? Because these bodies are created or established by an act of legislature. Act of legislature. Parliament, states create such bodies. For example, Lokpal. Lokpal was formed in the year 2013 by passing a law called Lokpal and Lokayukt Act. CVC as a body was formed in 2003 by passing a law called Central Vigilance Commission Act 2003, or CIC. CIC stands for the Chief Information Commissioner or the Central Information Commission in this case. This is a body under RTI Act 2005. Then NHRC, the National Human Rights Commission, 1993. NCW, NCM, National Commission for Women, Minorities. All these bodies have been formed through what? Through a law. These bodies are not mentioned in the constitution. Hence, they are statutory bodies. Apart from it, one more type of body is there, which is created by the government. These are government bodies created by an executive order, meaning government order. See, don't worry, you can simply Google search for the full forms of these things. It is of no concern right now. CVC stands for Central Vigilance Commission and CIC stands for Central Information Commission. Okay. So examples are Niti Aayog. All ministries that you see. So when you see all these ministries, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Home Affairs, they're all executive bodies. Government can establish a new ministry at any point of time and can shut down an existing ministry also. This is all allowed. NDC, the National Development Council. CBI, the Central Bureau of Investigation. It is not established by some law. This body, CBI, is a statutory body, is an executive body, not a statutory body. Okay. So that's there. Types of bodies. Let's solve a question. This question was asked by UPSC this year only. Now, what I'll be doing when I launch a question is I'll launch a poll. I'll give you a minute of time and you all can mark the answers in the poll itself depending on what you feel is correct. Okay. Mark the answer, please. Okay, a lot of you marked the right answer. Now, some of you may also be worried that this new pattern of questions, how to deal with these type of questions, it's the same question. Here, the only difference is that elimination techniques don't work. So you have to know all the statements. But the same knowledge is required. So consider the following organizations or bodies. How many of the above are constitutional bodies? How many? So this is constitutional, this is statutory, executive, and this is also not mentioned in the constitution. So these three bodies are not in the constitution, and hence what? How many of the above? Only one is the right answer. That's it. What's there to deal with these topics separately? There is nothing to deal with them. Here, all you need to do is know every statement. As simple as that. So the elimination technique will not be used. That's it. So this was the question asked. Moving on to the next three organs of the state. So we have three organs. I'm sure you're aware. The so-called separation of power, separation of powers for what? To ensure checks and balances. Checks and balances. First up is the legislature. What is legislature? The task of legislature is to do what? Make laws. Simple. Second, judiciary. What's the task of judiciary? Interpret laws. See, our MPs are very innocent people. They make laws, they don't understand these laws. We need the judiciary to make us understand these laws, interpret these laws. Innocent MPs. Just solve this question quickly. I'll give you 30 seconds to mark the answer for this question. Done? Okay. 73% have marked the correct answer. Which of the following is the custodian, caretaker, custodian, and guardian of the Indian Constitution? So, it's the Supreme Court of India, which is the custodian and the guardian of the Indian Constitution. Hence, D is the right answer. Are you clear on this? Okay. Then, the third organ. What is the third organ? The executive. Now, of course, you will say, sir, executive task, I know very well. It is to implement the laws. How sweet and how nice and how innocent also. But implementing laws, task of executive, it's a noob answer. Beginners will make this statement. You are legends. Okay, difference. From now onwards, you will not say executive task is to implement laws. And I'll tell you why. In our country, see, executive means government, right? Who determines policies? Government. Who executes policies? Government. Who initiates laws? Government. Who maintains law and order? Government. Who promotes the economic and social welfare of people? Government. Who directs our foreign policy? Government. Every possible thing is being done by the government only. That is why the Supreme Court in 1955 made a statement. Ram Javaya Kapoor. 1955. Supreme Court said that, see, you take away judicial function. What is judicial function? To interpret laws. You take away legislative functions. What is that? To make laws. Whatever else remains in the country, it is all called executive function. All governmental functions which remain after legislative and judicial functions are taken away. They are called executive functions. For example, the executive, the government does what? The government determines policies. The government also executes policies. The government also initiates laws. Government also maintains law and order. Government also promotes economic and social welfare. Government also directs foreign policy. All such things are done by the government. Okay, so in this case, Ram Javaya Kapoor was a Supreme Court case, which was the verdict came out in 1955. Under this case, Supreme Court gave this particular order. So the three organs, the separation of power, checks and balances. Now, division of power, spatial distribution of functions. So very simple to understand this point. If I ask you right now, does every state in our country have its own foreign policy? Tamil Nadu has its own foreign policy. Nagaland has its own foreign policy. Of course not, right? The country has a common foreign policy. Or Do states have their own armed forces, own currency? Of course not. So there are some things which are uniform across the country, and center controls those things, not the states. Those things which are uniform across the country and are controlled by the center, these topics should be mentioned somewhere to clarify that on these areas only the central government has authority. Similarly, there are some topics where normally states will be given the authority. Center may say we cannot manage all these things. States, you handle. Then some areas where both center and states jointly manage it. Both center and states can make laws. So that is called spatial, from the word space, domain. Spatial is from space or domain. So here there are three lists. One list is a list of all the topics on which center and only center can make laws. Second list is all topics where normally states can make laws. And third is the list where both center and states can make laws. These three topics are found in a schedule of the Indian Constitution, which is called 7th Schedule. 7th Schedule. The article is Article 246. Spatial, from the word space, domain, area. Center has certain area, states have certain area. In their respective areas, they keep on making laws. Difference. Okay. So, union list, state list, and concurrent list mentioned in a schedule. Now, I hope you understand what is a schedule. Schedule is like a postscript, a footnote, right? Something which is like, books and all, you have book reference at the, or chapter references towards the end of every chapter, or towards the end, the last few pages. That will help you in looking at the references. So schedule is just like that. Okay. An area where the references can be mentioned, which provide a better understanding of the article. So Article 246 says, that there is a list of topics on which only center can make laws. If you want to know the list, please go to Schedule 7 of the Indian Constitution. Are you clear on this? And how many topics are there? 98 topics. Then state list. Here also we have 59 topics. And the concurrent list, 52 topics. So these are the topics on which the center and only center can make laws. Look at the statement. Parliament has exclusive power to make laws on matters mentioned here. Okay. And just to add this point here, this is a list of around how many topics? Around 200 topics. There are so many topics in the country which may not be mentioned here. For example, AI, blockchain technology. Who makes laws on blockchain technology? Who controls AI? Center or states? Therein comes a concept of residuary power. This is Article 248. Residuary power is a power where if any topic is not mentioned in any list, it belongs to center. Clear? So this is with respect to residuary powers. Clear? Great. Now again I'll help you understand. See, when it comes to schedule, now look at this Article 246. This article says that there are certain topics on which only center can make laws or parliament can make laws. If I start writing the topics in between only, it will obstruct the smooth transition of the provisions. So I say that there are some topics on which only center can make laws. If you want to find out how many topics, what topics, please go to the back of the Indian Constitution and refer to a schedule 7. Okay, so that is why we have schedules to explain the fuller meaning of an article, which are mentioned towards the end of the Constitution. See the example. Article 246. Which schedule? 7th schedule. So we have a union list, we have a state list, and we have a concurrent list. All these three lists are there. Should we move on now? Now, executive. Executive can be of two kinds. One is people like you. We will call you permanent executive. Civil servants. Second are political executive. Political. These are people who keep on changing after every election, right? They can be removed. So at the union level, at the top we have the president. Below them, vice president. Then prime minister. Then entire council of ministers. And lastly is a person, lot of you would not know of this person, Attorney General of India. Okay? Attorney General of India is government's lawyer. We'll discuss this post later on. Same thing for states also. Governors. Then in some states, we also have vice governors. Yes or no? Vice governor. Oh, some are saying yes also. There is no vice governor. Below them, chief ministers. Then COM, Council of Ministers. And finally, just like at the central level, at the state level, we have Advocate General. This is the state executive, union and state executive. Now coming to legislatures. Legislature, the body which makes laws. At the union level, what we have is the two houses. House of People, also called Lok Sabha. Council of States, also called Rajya Sabha. Now, in both these houses, the members here are called MPs, members of parliament. At the state level, all the states they have a body called Legislative Assembly, and the members here MLAs. Then in 6 states only, we have a body called Legislative Councils. Members here are called MLC. So, tell me please, which 6 states have councils? These 6 states are Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Telangana, and UP. These are the 6 states which have legislative councils. Why these 6 states only? How are councils formed? Right? How can they be removed? Later on. Once we study councils, we'll discuss that later on. Okay? Not right now. Then the 3-tier structure. What's the 3-tier structure? See, division of power, center states, federal structure. 3-tier structure means local self government. Okay. So in the urban areas, the local self-government is called municipality. In the rural areas, we call them panchayats. Okay. Again, what is a corporation? What is a council? What is block panchayat? Zilla Parishad? We'll discuss the details later on properly. Lastly, the judiciary. At the lowest level, we have the courts called subordinate courts. They are also known as trial courts. Okay. And here we have in total 25,129 judges. In high courts, how many high courts do we have? 25 high courts with more than 1,000 judges. And how many Supreme Courts do we have? Just one Supreme Court to harass everybody and to provide for justice for everyone with how many judges? 34 judges. Clear? That's it. Again, we'll discuss details later on. Don't worry. So that is with respect to the judiciary. That's it. Yes, this is 34 judges. Now, just to summarize, what have we studied so far? Any important article that we studied so far? Of course, Article 246 and 248. Okay. Any schedule? Schedule 7. Any important case? Ram Javaya Kapoor 1955. So that's it with some basic information. We needed to know these terms, important. And this is what we'll do. After every module, I will tell you important articles. Now, what's the point of this important articles? The important articles purpose is that you today will download the PDF of the Indian Constitution, which is free of cost. Okay, or purchase a book from the market, Bare Acts, and then read the article on your own. Are we clear on this? So that's it. I hope you are understanding this point, that merely knowing is not sufficient. You have to read the article on your own. Why I'm saying this is, when you read the provisions on your own, you also slowly and steadily develop that legal language. Okay, how the words are structured in the Constitution, and that will also reflect in how you start writing answers. Clear? So that is there. That's it. Let's do one thing. Let's take a break, right? And we'll take a quick break of around 10 minutes, and then we'll come back at 7:45 and continue our discussion further. Break, please. Okay, break till 7:50. enjoy 15 minutes of break. Full enjoyment. Okay, welcome back, guys. One small announcement. The previous class that you had, geography, I believe, right? Okay. So for that class, a feedback link has been sent to you. So please fill the feedback form, right? Okay. For those who have this as a first class, of course, no need to. For those who took the class, right? Okay. See, Deepak, when we start functioning in the new parliament, then we'll change the photograph also, right? Don't worry. No need to get hyped up about all these things, right? That is why, it is more important to have respect here than showing. What is important? Nationalism, not jingoism. Difference. Uh, See, I was just going through some questions that some of you had, like say, High Court, hanging, all these things. Don't worry. Let the classes proceed. Most of your doubts will be addressed and discussed as and when the time comes. Because if I start discussing on, let's say, the importance of three-tier structure right now, what all powers high courts have, then this structure of the class, the flow of the class will not make sense. Don't worry, slowly and steadily, we'll move on to all those elements. Okay. See, what is constitutionalism? We'll discuss that, right? Towards the end. Array, Ragini, how innocent a question. While remembering the case, do we need to remember the judges' names also? You don't have to know the case story also. All that you need to know is what was said in the judgment. Like in the Ram Javaya Kapoor case, forget the case story. What was said is important. That's it. The final verdict. Okay. Raghav, states don't have exclusive power. Please refer to what is mentioned. Okay. Why should you buy this article in separate article separately? What is PIL? Tawfiq, PIL is public interest litigations. Yes, Chinmay. If it is not published, it won't become a law. Shikha, very first class. How do I tell you which amendments are important right now? As when the class proceeds, we'll let you know. Don't worry. Mir Shabi, what is your doubt which is not being taken? So much of frustration immediately that my doubt is not being taken. See, guys, I'm not sure for those who are taking this as a first class and all, and for those who have been taking a class. Firstly, some things need to be understood, right? Decorum of the comments. You are a student, right? Not a customer. And so behave like a student, not a customer. This is not some product that you have purchased. It's not some Swiggy or Zomato product. You are a student here to learn. So that respect should also reflect in the way you write. That is very important. After all, you have to become the civil servant in the country. So that should reflect right from the day one in the way you talk, in the way you comment, etc. So please bear that also in mind. Please provide the link to download the constitution. Really, You have all the time to search for various things on the internet. Why can't you simply type Constitution of India PDF? You will see the very first link, legislative.gov.in. Download it. Okay. So let us now come back to our discussion. Now, one very, very important element. Just hold your horses. Everybody, relax, calm down. This is just the first class. It's a long journey ahead, a journey of at least 2 years of preparation. One to prepare, one for the examination itself. So nobody is going to be an IAS officer in 2024. 25, the result will come out. So have patience for 2 years. That's the first quality required for UPSC: patience, perseverance, discipline. So it's just day one, and we have just seen the basics only. Tell me all the important articles right now, immediately. Relax. Even if I tell you, it won't make sense to you. So let us go with the flow. Slowly and steadily, you'll also start understanding why a statement was made, in what context it was made, why is Yojana important, why is Kurukshetra important, do I need to make my own separate notes in my own handwriting? All these things will be understood after a couple of days of classes are over. So don't worry, don't panic. It's all there. You can attend these classes as many times as possible. So all these facilities are there for you. Just focus on what is being taught right now with an open mind, no morning sleep and all, and just focus on the class. Don't watch some random YouTube video on one side or TV on the other side, talking to somebody on the phone and all. Focus here. Now, since we are done with the basic information, we'll move on to understanding the topic at hand. Normally, you would have seen that in general, in your books as well, the books start with the preamble, then part one, part two, part three, so on and so forth. But frankly, starting with the preamble on day one for a very innocent aspirant like you will be a challenge. We won't start our discussion with preamble. Our structure of studies will be slightly different. We will start our discussion with the executive. Okay, the president, the vice president, the prime minister, council of ministers, so on and so forth. Then we'll be studying about the parliament, legislature. Then the state executive, then the state legislature. Once we are done with the executive and legislature, then we'll study the local self-government, the panchayats, municipalities. Then judiciary. By the end of class number 12 or 13, we would have covered L, E, and J. Legislature, executive, judiciary, done. Most of the things will be done. And once you are done with this, the advantage is going to be you'll have to assume less things. If I start with preamble, you'll have to assume half the things. Then we'll discuss elections, RPA 50, RPA 51, etc. Then all the miscellaneous topics. Miscellaneous topics would include topics like part 1, part 2, right? Union territories, Article 370, Schedule 5 areas, Schedule 6 areas, emergency provisions, ultimately center-state relations. By class number 18 or 19, you would have covered this ground. We call this the public administration side of the things. Then we'll focus on studying rights, DPSPs, duties, and of course the preamble at the very end. And just to tell you a fun fact, when this constitution was being made, the preamble was the last part to be approved by the assembly. So we will also follow the great makers of our constitution and read the preamble at the very end. And with each and every module I cover, I will tell you which chapter from Lakshmikant can be read. For example, as of now, we will be studying about the president. So you can read chapter 17 from Lakshmikant. That can be read as of now. Okay. Yes, this class is only for polity and constitution. No governance, no IR, no social justice. Those are separate modules to be covered in other classes. Clear? Okay. So first up is the executive, part 5 of the Indian Constitution, where we begin our journey of studying polity and constitution. So on a very positive, nice note, pray to the gods you believe in, and let's start on a very positive and nice note on studying polity. Okay. Before you study the chapter president, a small point. In our country, we have an order of precedence. For example, let's say you go to a family function. Simple. You go to a family function and there are two chairs in front of you. One chair and three people. Your grandfather, your father, and you. Two chairs. Now, who will sit? Of course, your grandfather and father. What if there is only one chair and both your grandfather and father are there? Then who will sit? Of course, your grandfather. Yes or no? Now, maybe in your house, your grandfather does not take the decisions now. Your father runs the house. Okay, that's possible. But despite that, the seniority for the grandfather, respect. Similarly, in our country also, there's a list of hierarchy. Hierarchy. Hierarchy of important positions. It is basically a ceremonial protocol list. Tomorrow, in future, if you are an IAS officer, you go to Labasna, please don't dream, focus here. Just 5 seconds of imagination. Don't get lost. Labasna, amazing Masuri and all. No, come back. So let's imagine in Labasna, you are giving a speech. Crowd is sitting there in front of you. The president is sitting there. The PM is sitting there. Your friends are sitting there. You can't walk in and say, hello, my friends. Hi, PM. Hello, president. Of course not. There is an order. Okay. You firstly address the president, then the vice president, then the prime minister, so on and so forth. This is what is a ceremonial protocol list. List of all the important dignitaries or functionaries or officials in a hierarchy. This list is maintained by the Home Ministry, Ministry of Home Affairs. What's the list? Who is the senior most person in the country? Of course, the president is the senior most person in the country. 15th president, Draupadi Murmu. Then after the president, it's the vice president of India. After VP, the prime minister of India. After PM, these are governors. In their state. Governors inside their state, next in rank. Then, of course, former presidents. For example, by far the most loved president in the country, the 11th president of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. After this, we have Deputy Prime Minister. Now, Deputy Prime Minister is not a mandatory post. So, if you have any Deputy PM, that person is next in the order. This photograph is of LK Advani, For those who do not know, L.K. Advani was a deputy prime minister in 1999 to 2004, deputy to Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Then these two people have the same rank. This is the CJI. What is CJI? Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud. And this person is Om Birla, who is the Speaker of Lok Sabha. You can see the entire list is mentioned here. The President, VP, PM, governors, governor within their state. What's the meaning of this? Example. Let us say in the state of Tamil Nadu, a function is going on and the governor of Tamil Nadu, who is R.N. Ravi, is sitting there, and the Chief Justice of India is also sitting there. Okay, both are sitting there. Who is senior? Governor inside their state is senior to CJI. Yes or no? So if a function is going on in Tamil Nadu, then the governor of Tamil Nadu is senior. But if the governor of Tamil Nadu has gone to UP, CJI also has gone to UP, then who is a senior? Governors outside their state are 10th in rank. CJI is 7th in rank. Who is a senior? CJI is a senior. So governors are senior only if they are inside their state, 4th in rank. When they leave their state, they become 10th in rank. This subtle difference. So interesting. Bharat Ratna holders are 9th in rank. And one more point. Look at Cabinet Secretary. Who is this person called Cabinet Secretary? Cabinet Secretary is the senior most IAS officer in the country. Are they clear? If you don't know and don't visualize, this should be your dream. This should be your dream, that I should eventually become the cabinet secretary of the country. Of course, it is not in your control. It depends on various elements, etc. When you get selected, etc. So, but still, you can at least try for it. LOP stands for Leader of Opposition. Okay. Former president. Former presidents are people who used to be presidents. Former presidents. Okay. So solve this question. Other full forms you can search for it. CEC stands for Chief Election Commissioner and all these things. Don't worry. Solve this question. Let's see. Without referring to the previous slide. I'll don't mark the answer. I'll launch a poll. 30 seconds only. Mark your answer in the poll. LS means Lok Sabha, RS means Rajya Sabha. We'll be getting the hang of all these terms as and when we proceed. Let's see. %54 got this right. Deputy Prime Minister is 6th in rank. Former President, 5th in rank. Governor, 4th in rank. Speaker of Lok Sabha, 7th in rank. Look at this. Firstly, Governor, then former President, then Deputy PM, then Speaker. So, of course, the right answer is C. Okay. So, this is with respect to the order of precedence. Now coming to the Union Executive, Part 5, Articles 52 to 78. So we have the president, the vice president, the prime minister, entire council of ministers, and we also have attorney general. In the basic information, we had seen that the union executive is the body which or group which comprises of these 5 categories of people. See, as far as this order is concerned, you don't have to mug up the entire order, but know at least the first 5-10 people. That may be required. So, starting with the very first topic, the president. The president of the country is the head of the state. Head of state, the boss, the senior most. And there shall be a president of India. It's not optional. Should we have a president? Should we not have a president? It's not optional. It's mandatory. Okay. Now, I will write some words, and as and when we proceed, we'll keep on understanding that what these words mean. So, the Indian president is also called the figurehead. Figurehead, meaning a head for namesake only, no real powers. Okay. And they are also called nominal head, no real powers. Actually, they are also called de jure head. De jure means by law. Lawfully, they are the real head. They are the head, but in reality, they don't have powers. You'll be surprised when we study the powers of the president that all the powers lie with the prime minister. The president hardly has. There are some areas where they can use their powers, but in most cases, the PM is the boss of the country. That's why if things go wrong, do you scold the president? No, we raise questions, if possible, against the prime minister. Right? So very few areas where this person has a power. Anyway, now, first thing, elections. So we are a republic. In our country, head of state. The state here does not mean the states. State refers to the country in total. So the election of the president. How is the president elected? So we'll come to that. But there are some provisions in the constitution which govern the election of the president. Article 54, Article 55, 58, 62, 71. Then we have a separate law also. That law is called the Presidential and the Vice Presidential Elections Act 1952. And there are rules also. The Presidential and the Vice Presidential Election Rules 1974. Now you may say, sir, why law, rules? What's the difference? If we have a law, why rules? See, for future references also, rules are required to implement laws effectively. For example, there is a law in the country called Motor Vehicles Act. Under the law, Motor Vehicles Act 1988, one section 127 says that if you want to go out to drive a two-wheeler, you have to wear a safety headgear. That is what is mentioned in the law. Now you go out, take your bike out, and wear a birthday cap on your head, a paper cap on your head, and say, this is my safety headgear. Of course not. Law simply says wear a safety headgear. Rules have to be made by the executive on what can be the material of the safety headgear. Should it be of iron, carbon fiber, diamond, gold, what color, all these things, right? So laws are made in a very skeletal form. The rules which are made by executive are the ones which provide flesh and blood to the bare bones of law, helping implement the law properly. Clear? So with every law, you have to make some rules. Otherwise, how will we implement the law properly? So that is why rules are there. One thing, elections are conducted by ECI, Election Commission of India. Clear? ECI. ECI conducts the elections for the post of president. Now, who can vote? Who can vote? Electors. Who are electors? Electors means voter. When we are saying that President of India is elected, then there should be some voter. So what is the electoral college? Meaning the group of voters. What does it comprise of? Do we vote in the election? Of course not. We don't vote in the elections. Then who votes? According to Article 54, all the elected MPs of the country and all the elected MLAs of the country, including those states, those UTs which have assemblies. So, as of now, there are two such UTs, Delhi and Puducherry. Their MLAs also vote. Jammu and Kashmir has not been included as of now. They may be included in future. Clear? So who votes? All the elected MPs, elected MLAs. Others do not vote. Clear? So if it is not mentioned here, please don't say, sir, can I vote? Can my friend vote? Can MLC vote? If it is not mentioned here, they can't vote. Only these people can vote. Okay. Now, look at the example of some amazing people here. This person is an MLA. This person is an MP in the Rajya Sabha. This person is an MLA. This person is an MP. This person is an MP. Okay. So, now who cannot vote? Which type of legislators can't vote? So, in the states, some states have councils, MLCs. MLCs cannot vote. Sorry, you can't vote. For example, if you know who this person is an MLC, Nitish Kumar, the Chief Minister of Bihar, cannot vote. Okay, because MLCs are not there in all the states, right? So it will give an advantage to few states. That is why MLCs cannot vote. Who is this lady? PT Usha. Asian gold medalist PT Usha recently was in news because of the scuffle that happened. Right? And who is this person? Justice Ranjan Gogoi, 46th Chief Justice of India. These people are actually nominated legislators. So in the Rajya Sabha, some people in Rajya Sabha, there are 12 MPs who are nominated. They are not elected. Those MPs cannot vote. Other MPs can vote. Are you clear? I'll repeat again. Please hear me out. In the election of the president, I mean, there's no complication only. There is no complication if you just hear me out peacefully without creating your unique kind of doubts. Elected MPs, elected MLAs vote. Simple. What's the confusion? Elected MPs, elected MLAs vote. Nobody else votes. Clear? Simple. Elected MPs, elected MLAs vote. Other MPs who are not elected, who are called nominated, they don't vote. MLCs will not vote. Clear? Now, how are these MPs chosen? We'll discuss later on. Not required right now. As of now, just focus on who can vote, who cannot vote. The only condition is, are you an elected MP? Yes, you can vote. Are you an elected MLA in the state? Yes, you can vote. That's it. Clear? Article 54. So, the point is not whether you are a chief minister. The point is whether you are an MLA or not. Did I mention chief minister here? No, right? I mentioned MLA here. So MLAs can vote. Whether you are CM, DM, PM, TM, we don't care. Are you elected MP? Are you elected MLA? If yes, you can vote. Clear. Now, how is the election held? How is the president elected? The election is indirect. Why is it indirect? Direct election means people vote. Direct election refers to what? We are voting. Right? Indirect means we have voted for somebody and that person is voting for somebody else. Indirect election. Simple. And the president is elected through a system of proportional representation by means of single transferable vote. I'll explain these two terms shortly, just after a couple of slides. So bear with me. Apart from this, one more thing. These two things are mentioned under Article 55, Clause 3. Don't worry. Towards the end of chapter present, I'll tell you which articles are important. Right now, I'm just writing these articles. Don't go crazy. I have to mug up all the articles. It's not possible. I will tell you which article is important. Just relax. Enjoy the process. Don't panic. This is meant to be enjoyed. Bit of enjoyment is required. Relax. In the election of the president, which is conducted by ECI, there is no EVM machine. If there is no EVM, there is no nota. What the hell is this nota? Nota refers to none of the above. You reject all the candidates. The arrogance of the voter, everybody is useless. So in the election of president, there is no nota concept. You have to pick and choose somebody. And also, no whip. Whip means instruction of party. Instruction given by party. To vote. That's called whip. So if I am from, say, BJP, my party will tell me, come on, go and press yes button or vote for him only. So here, you can't tell me. I am free to vote for any person I want. Free voting. And the good thing is that the voting is through secret ballot. So nobody gets to know who I am voting for. So no problem. Voting is through a secret ballot. And the counting of votes takes place in Delhi. Okay, that's it. Now coming to a very, this is a ballot paper. This is how the ballot paper looks like. We'll come to it again shortly. Now let's understand a very unique concept in the election of president. So in the regular elections, simple question here. In regular elections, we have a concept called one person, one vote. Yes or no? In general election, one person, one vote. So you will get one vote. Why? Because you are representing yourself in the Lok Sabha or Vidhan Sabha election. Ambani gets how many votes? One vote only. You get how many votes? One vote only. Everybody gets the same number of votes. Because we are representing ourselves. But think of these MPs. Think of these MLAs. Who are MLAs? MLAs come from state, right? MPs also come from state, but MPs are at the central level. So what happens is, just to give you a rough understanding here, this is a state. This state will be divided into small parts, various small parts. These small parts are known as constituency. What are these parts known as? Constituency. From each constituency, the people of that area, you and me, voters, they vote and choose one MLA who sits in the state legislature. Let's take an example of Karnataka. In Karnataka, there are 224 such MLAs, meaning the entire state is divided into small parts. 224 small parts. Okay. Now, what about MP? Same state, Karnataka. But for MP, this state is now divided into just 28 parts. One MP. 28 MPs are there, 224 MLAs are there. Now please look at the diagram and tell me which person commands a bigger area, MP or MLA? Tell me. MP. Very nice. Excellent. MP. So, if an MP is voting in the election of president and MLA is voting in the same election, do you think it is okay for both of them to have the same power? Not justified, right? Not justified. Okay. An MP is being chosen by people of this area. MLA is chosen by a small area. So how and why should their voting power be same? It should not be same. It should be different. When an MP votes, it should have more importance. When an MLA votes, lesser importance. But the problem is, by how much? By how much? So of course, the value of vote of MP must be greater than the value of vote of MLA. Are we okay with this statement? Everyone. Great. Okay. So, because an MP is commanding a larger area, more people, more important, therefore the MP has should have more value of the vote. Clear? But the problem is how to calculate. How to calculate the vote value. What, by how much should a MP's value of vote be bigger than MLA? For that, some formula is required. So we have a formula. What is a formula? If you want to calculate the vote value of vote of one MLA, what's the formula? Very simple. Total population of the state, take that, divided by number of elected MLAs in the state into 1 by 1000. This is a formula. Now, why have we used 1 by 1000? Because the population of state is very large. It runs into crores. To manage this number, to make it smaller, which can be managed, easy calculation, we divide by 1000. No other reason. Are we clear on this? That's it. But one very important element remains here. What is that element? We are saying, if I want to know the value, the importance of MLA of some state, say Tamil Nadu, what do? I have to take the population of Tamil Nadu and divide by the number of elected MLAs. Fair enough, fair enough. We'll do it. But the problem here is population of when? Today's population, yesterday's population, 2011 census. Population varies every day. How to have that fixed population? So for that, we take the population. Please focus here. 1971 census. Which census? 1971 census. Now you'll say, what is this nonsense? 1971 makes no sense. We are in 2023. But hear me out. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. There is a reason for it. This formula gives vote value based on what? Based on state population. Meaning, if my state's population is higher, larger, my state MLA has a bigger vote value. Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay. Let's look at this also. Example, Telangana. Number of assembly seats in Telangana is how much? It is 190. Population of Telangana 1971 was how much? 1.57 crores. What's the formula? 1.57 crore divided by 119 into 1 by 1000. You get 132. What is 132? 132 is the vote value of the MLA of Telangana. If I am an MLA of Telangana and I cast my vote in favor of some candidate for the election of president, that person gets 132 votes or 132 points, right? Let us now look at the entire list. If you can see this, this was the list in the 2022 elections. The list of all the voters, the list of all the vote values of all the MLAs of the state, right? For example, now somebody may ask, sir, but I have a very unique question. Telangana was not formed only in 1971. Sirs and ma'ams, please understand, in the state of Andhra Pradesh, 10 districts were given to Telangana. We are calculating the population of those 10 districts in 1971. Simple. Okay. Let's take the example, any other state you pick. Andhra Pradesh, Bihar. Let's pick Bihar. What was the population of Bihar? 4 crore 21 lakh something. Okay. Total number of MLAs 243. Divide this by this into 1 by 1000. What's our vote value? 173. Can you see this? Vote value is 173. Take a look at Odisha. 2.19 crore population. Divide by 147 into 1 by 1000. Vote value 149. Clear? Let's look at a state like Tamil Nadu. Vote value 176. Look at Sikkim. Vote value 7 only. Sikkim. Look at UP. Vote value 208. Now tell me, if I want to win the election for the post of president, don't you think I would want to focus on MLAs of UP? Because if I focus on MLAs of Sikkim, 32 MLAs of Sikkim, or maybe around 30 MLAs of Sikkim, are going to give me the same vote value that one MLA of UP is going to give me. Yes or no? 30 MLAs of Sikkim, all of them have vote value of 7, makes it 210. One UP MLA, one MLA has 208. This means what? That if the population of a state is larger, the MLAs also have a bigger vote value. Clear on this, everyone? Now look at this. Back in 1976, what had happened was that the government realized that in our country, people are having too many kids. They are not able to understand only that if you have so many kids, the country does not have resources to provide for these kids. But the problem was this. In the south, the southern states, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, all these states, they were educating their people about the importance of family planning. Don't have more than 2 kids. But in the northern states, the problem was that nobody was telling them, come on, have your kids, as many as you can, 10, 20, 30, right? See, the reason was also that, lower literacy levels. People thought more kids means more hands to work. They don't realize it's more stomachs to feed also. But that's how people thought. Anyway, so the point here is that if I, the state of Tamil Nadu, am telling my people, please don't have more kids, have limited kids, my population is not increasing, it's stabilizing. But northern states, come on, have as many kids, go for it, increasing. And this creates what? The formula. This population increases, the vote value of my MLA increases, my MLA's importance increases. Is it some kind of incentive? It looks like an incentive only, that have more kids and your MLA has more importance. So I will contribute to my MLA's importance by having 20 kids. Utter nonsense, right? That is why the government said that we can't tolerate all this. All these southern states are taking such proactive steps to control population, and if we still keep on revising this population census, we are only doing what? Incentivizing the northern states and punishing the states in south. Why? Because they are doing something good. So we cannot punish some state because it is doing some good activity. So 1971 census, this was used because we wanted the states to keep a check on their population. So this would act as a motivational measure to do what? To enable states to pursue agenda of family planning. To promote family planning. Are we clear? Everyone? Okay, great. But the government said that the government modified the Constitution 42nd Amendment Act 1976. 42nd Amendment Act of 1976. We modified the Constitution and we fixed the census to 1971. Okay. For how many years? For 25 years. Because we believed that these northern states will develop the understanding and their population will stabilize. After 25 years. Now, this was done in 1976. After 25 years, in the year 2001, we checked again that have the northern states controlled the population? Are they spreading information amongst people, taking steps to inform people that don't have so many kids? We found nothing. No step was taken. So 1971 census fixed for another 25 years. Are you clear? This means what? Till 2026. Till 2026. So we have fixed that till 2026, and this was done by the 84th Amendment Act 2001. I'll explain this whole logic again, which is very simple to understand, but some maths is required actually. Numerator, denominator. If this number has to be more, then numerator will be bigger. If any state's population keeps on increasing, the value of vote of their MLA also increases. Right? All these northern states, they did not take any steps to keep a check on population. Southern states ensured that their people had lesser kids, education, awareness. If I use the current data, 2011 data, I am punishing the southern states. Who asked you? Why did you control your population? Should have gone the northern states way. Have more kids, right? So this is the problem. So this particular census formula is up for revision in 2026. Now in 2026, it may be revised, may not be revised. Why should we guess? Let 26 come. If it comes and the parliament revises, then we look into it. As of now, it is fixed till 2026 census. Clear on this, everyone? The formula, the president vote value for MLA formula. Now, what you do, please look at this here. What you'll do is you find out the vote value of one MLA of Andhra Pradesh. One MLA. Find out the vote value of all the MLAs of Andhra Pradesh. Find out vote value of one MLA of Arunachal. Find out vote value of all the MLAs of Arunachal. Similarly, you find out the vote value of all the MLAs of all the states. Add them together. Add them together. Okay? Okay. That will give you the formula to calculate vote value of MP. And what is that? That will be total votes of all MLAs. Upon what? Number of elected MPs. This is the formula. Formula for vote value of MLA, vote value of MP. Clear on this? Look at this example here. The total vote value of all the MLAs in the country is 5,43,231. 5,43,231 divided by total number of MPs who are elected from Lok Sabha 543, from Rajya Sabha 233. Because in Rajya Sabha we have 245 MPs, but 12 of them are nominated and 233 are elected. It is 2001, not 11. Who is saying 11? Are we clear? Everybody? What do we get? We calculate this using this formula and we get the vote value of 1 MP is 700. Vote value of 1 MP. This is just a division. Take out your calculator and divide this. You'll get the formula. You'll get the number. Why this formula for MP? How is it 700? We have approximated it for 700. Divide it, please. Please use a calculator and divide it. Okay. I will explain. See, the video recording is available. You can watch it hundreds of times after the class. So please understand, I'll repeat once again the entire story from why we are using 1971 census. If you don't understand it this time also, then revise the live lecture which is recorded. Okay. We are calculating. Now please, no questions. Focus on what I'm saying right now, because when you type a question, you're not hearing me out. Please, just 2 minutes of pause. Calm down. We are using different vote value for MP or MLA. Why? After all, why this nonsense? We can simply say all MPs, MLAs come, cast your vote. But the problem is MPs and MLAs are at different levels. In a state, MP commands a bigger area. More people have chosen him and have made him or her an MP. He deserves larger respect compared to MLA, who comes from a smaller area. Lesser people have voted for him or her and made him an MLA. That is why the vote value of MP has to be greater than that of MLA. Okay. Now, value of vote of one MLA in any state, how to calculate it? We will take the population of that particular state. Population of that state. Divide the population with the number of elected MLAs in that state and also divided by 1000. Why by 1000? So that because the population is in crores, to minimize the number into a smaller size, which can be easy for calculation. That is why. Now the question is, why are we using 1971 census, such old 50-year-old census till date? Why? Why are we still using the 1971 census only? Because if you use the current census, then all the northern states have a very high population, which they have increased. Meaning their state's MLA will have a very high vote value. Everybody would want to win the heart of a MLA of UP or Bihar or Bengal only. I would not care for a Tamil Nadu MLA. And why is this so? Because Tamil Nadu took some progressive steps to control population. If some state is trying to control population, should we punish them? That why? Who told you? It's your problem now. That is wrong. So that is why we have done what? Taken 1971 census. Till 2026, 1971 census is going to be used. Are we clear? Now, once you use this formula, you can calculate the vote value of any MLA of any state mentioned here. Apart from this, very important. How do we now calculate the vote value of MP? So for MP, the vote value is calculated after adding all the vote values of all the MLAs of the state divided by number of elected MPs. That's the formula. Okay. That's the formula. This is a formula used to calculate the vote value of one MP. Simple. Now somebody is saying, why not using 1970? Census is in 1971, 1981, 1991. Don't ask such questions. It breaks the heart here. Why not 1970? Why not 1968? Census is connected every 10 years. Na? How will you use 1970 census? There is no such census only. This was done in 1976. So the previous census was used, 1971. And we have fixed it for 25 years. Why? Because the government believed that these northern states will tell their people, please control your emotions. But the northern states have shown no interest only in telling their people, please don't have more kids. So we have to further increase 25 years more. Okay, this is how the formula is, and this is how you get the vote value of the MPs and the MLAs. That's it. We are done with the formula. Please remember the formula. The formula is important. Deepak, I think your question was addressed. Who gave you the idea that we have equal people in every constituency? That is not the case. How do we get all these ideas from? Now, please tell me something. The MP vote value is fixed. Yes or no? VV, vote value. Before somebody says, sir, what is this VV? Some secret code. Vote value of MP is fixed. And what's the number? That number is 700. Meaning, when an MP casts a vote, 700 votes are cast or 700 points. Second observation, vote value of MLAs varies from state to state. Yes or no? Tell me. Vote value of MLAs varies from one state to another. Correct? Okay. Very good. Yes, it does vary. So these two basic observations, I think most of you have now understood this. Clear? This is how we calculate the vote value of the MPs and MLAs. This is a formula. Formula is important. Please remember the formula. Now, because you remember the formula, let us also ask you to solve some questions, starting with a question asked in 2003. Firstly, solve this question. This question was asked 20 years back in the year 2003. Don't type the answer. I'll launch the poll. I'll give 45 seconds, think, and then mark the answer. Shivani, look at the formula. How will it vary? MPs don't come from states, they come from constituencies. What is the question? Question is right in front of you on the screen. If it's not visible, refresh. So 59% have marked the answer. Let us see. The value of vote of an elected member of the assembly equals state population upon number of elected MLAs into 100. Is 1 correct? This should be 1000. 1 is wrong. Even if you did not see the option, this part was visible. These two are wrong. They can't be the answer only. What's the point of not seeing and all? Second statement. The value of vote of an elected MP equals total value of votes of all elected MLAs upon total number of elected MPs. This formula is correct. So only 2 is the right answer. And there were more than 5,000 members in the latest elections is wrong. Not more than, less than. If you look at all the number of voters, 4,033 MLAs and 776 MPs. What is the total? 4033 MLAs who voted and 776 MPs who voted. So this number is less than how much? Less than 5,000. Clear? Okay. So only 2 is the answer. Now, solve one more question. Came in 2018. Please solve this also. I am giving you 45 seconds to mark the answer. Take your time. Okay. A lot of you marked the correct answer. Very good. The value of vote of each MLA varies. Yes or no? Yes, of course it varies. One is correct. The value of vote of MP of Lok Sabha is more. It is the same, fixed at 700. MP of Lok Sabha, MP of Rajya Sabha, the value is fixed. 2 is wrong. A, 1 only. Clear on this? Now, solve the question asked this year. So, I am launching the poll, but I'll give you a minute to mark the answer for this. This is only 1, this is only 3, only 2, all 4. Okay. Okay. Let's see one by one all the statements. The members nominated to either House of Parliament or the assemblies are also eligible to be included. Yes or no? Nominated members are not included. One is wrong. So statement one is wrong. Higher the number of elective assembly seats, higher is the value of vote. It's the exact opposite. If the elective seats, this number of seats is higher, then how can the vote value be high? If number of seats is higher, the vote value is lower, because if denominator is high, then the number decreases. So 2 is also incorrect, right? Now, see, frankly, third statement is almost impossible for aspirant to know, because it is simply based on what? Based on facts, nothing else. The value of vote of each MLA of Madhya Pradesh is greater than that of Kerala. This, sadly, we don't know. Let it be, let it be. The value of vote of each MLA of Pondicherry is higher than that of Arunachal Pradesh, because the ratio of population to total number of elective seats in Pondicherry is greater as compared to Arunachal Pradesh. This is correct, basically. Pondicherry's population is way bigger, larger than Arunachal. So this statement is correct. Are you clear so far? So either one statement is correct or two statements are correct. So these two can't be the answers. Are we on board so far, everybody? Okay. Now see, you have to choose between A and B. And frankly, this is an impossible statement to know in the examination. Let's be realistic. You will not be able to know this fact. But just verify now. Vote value of MLA of MP is greater. Let's see. Vote value of MLA of MP is 131. Vote value of MLA of Kerala is 152. Which is greater? Kerala? Yes or no? Is this statement correct? It is wrong, because Kerala is greater than MP. So third statement is actually wrong. Only one statement is correct. Hence, A is the right answer. Don't worry, if it is difficult for one person, it is difficult for everybody. Clear? Are we all okay with this? First statement is very simple. Members who are nominated, they are not included in the electoral college. I think we have started with this point only, that only elected members can vote. Nominated cannot vote. Second statement, higher the number of assembly seats, which is denominator, higher is the value of vote. So if denominator is high, how can the vote value be high? If denominator increases, then the number decreases. Yes or no? 1 by 2, 1 by 3. Which is bigger? Of course, 1 by 2. You increase the denominator, the number decreases. So 2 is wrong. 3 and 4 were largely factual, where fourth statement is actually saying that value of vote of MLA of Pondicherry is higher than that of Arunachal Pradesh. Simple. Now see, Kerala MP can be a confusion, but Arunachal's population is very small. States like Sikkim, states like Arunachal, their population is very small, right? So in that sense, we can simply say that this could have been estimated largely? Because Pondicherry is more densely populated than Arunachal Pradesh. So 4 is correct. But let me also clarify here. You don't need to mug up the list of all these things. This was a one-off question which was asked. We can't mug up all this nonsense. It's okay. And anyway, because this question was asked because last year we had the election of the president, right? So this question was asked. Look at this 2018. 2017, we had election of the president. 2018 question was asked. 2002, election of president. 2003, question was asked. No, Abhay, Arunachal and Pondicherry have the same population, but look at Pondicherry's number of MLAs. They are half of it, right? Pondicherry is more densely populated, right? So that is why Arunachal is very sparsely populated. So that logic can also be applied there. Not just population, but the entire formula is based on numerator and denominator. So some generic basic maths is also required to understand and arrive at a solution. Otherwise, the best solution is mug up the entire table. But that can't be done. Don't worry. That is why in the examination, the cutoff is 80 to 90 marks out of 200. Why is that? Why do you think so? It is because of these kind of questions only. So don't chase individual questions. These things will happen. Mistakes can be made here. So only one statement is correct. The fourth one is correct. All three are wrong is the right answer. Okay, that's it. Now coming to, I hope you have understood the vote value formula. Now coming to this concept of proportional representation and single transferable vote. What is this proportional representation? Let's discuss that first. Patel, I mentioned the right answer. Can't you see here? Right answer is A. Circled A, marked A, question accordingly solved. Only one statement is correct. How else do we say what's the right answer? Should we get it tattooed somewhere? Proportional representation. What is the meaning of proportional representation? Proportional representation is based on a very simple concept that your strength in some group, your representation in some group should be in the same proportion that you are in the total population. Example. Let us assume this is a class of 100 students. This class comprises of 100 students. Out of this, 60 are engineers, 30 are arts graduates, and 10 are commerce graduates. Okay? Now, if I have to select 10 people from the class, 10 people, then should I select all 10 engineers or all 10 art students or all 10 commerce students? Of course not. They should be chosen in the same proportion that they are in the total population. Engineers are 60% here, yes or no? 60 out of 100. Arts people are 30% here, and commerce people are 10% here. So if you are selecting 10 people, 60% should be engineers, 30% should be art students and 10% should be commerce students. This means how many engineers should be there? 6 engineers, 3 art students, and 1 commerce student. Are we okay with this explanation so far? Did we understand this? Okay, great. But now let me just ask you one more thing. If I have to choose only one student, then who do you choose? Tell me. Can I choose one student? 0.6 part of his body is engineer, 0.3 part is arts, 0.1 part commerce. We can't, right? This system of proportional representation will not work if you only have one person to choose. Do you agree on that? The system of proportional representation will not work if you only have one post. The same thing happens in the election of president also. We say that we are following a system of proportional representation. However, the system is not applicable for presidential election because there is only one post. Okay, that is why whichever party, like here, if voting is allowed, this one student will be an engineer. Yes or no? Because engineers are in majority. That is why when the people contest elections, whichever party has the majority, more MPs, more MLAs from that party gets to choose their favorite person as the president. So even though we say that we have a system of proportional representation, it does not actually work, right? It is just a way of saying it, that whenever you have indirect election in the country, we call it a system of proportional representation, right? That's how it is. It is just a way of saying it. It does not actually work here. Clear? Nirbhay, what's the exact problem? We are just for namesake saying it. Can we ignore this mistake of our makers? We make so many mistakes in our life. The makers in general say that whenever you have indirect election, the system followed is proportional representation by means of single transferable vote. That's just a way of saying it. Even though this does not work here, but still we say that we follow a system of proportional representation. Are we clear on this? Okay, let's do one thing. Let's end our discussion here only. Tomorrow we'll discuss what is single transferable vote tomorrow, and we'll also discuss the other provisions with respect to the chapter president. Kumari, one or two mains type questions. You have not studied anything right now. Have patience. Let me discuss that's why you don't listen to what I say. Right? After 5 days of classes on Friday, I will tell you myself, don't be eager to write answers. Also, we have to write relevant answers, not any random question. I can't give you a question, describe the president in 150 words. We should also solve questions which have a probability of being asked in the examination, right? Firstly, revise what has been taught today, twice or thrice. Once we cover some portion till Friday, from Friday onwards, after I've explained answer writing, only then will we solve PYQs and only then will I give you mains answer writing. Till then, no mains answer writing. Please don't write any answer. Okay. And let me show the leaderboard. This is the current leaderboard. Anuradha, Krishna, Pula, Vishnumaya, and Sona. 660 as a score. A lot of you got 5 correct. Keetana, Shiny, Tajinder, Pragya, Srinivasan, Tejinder, Himanshu, Sharan, Monica, Beauty, Shipra, Bhavan, Utkarsh, Lynn, Kuraku, and Harshit. Okay. So please understand what's your task for today. Your task for today is to read this book, Lakshmikant. If you have the book, chapter 17. Your task for today is also to read what has been taught thrice, 3 times, 3 different times. One, take a half an hour break right now, revise everything. One in the afternoon, one in the evening. Please, not less than 3. If you don't have a book, no problem. Just revise the slides at least 3 times. Clear? Utkarsh and all others, if you want to make your notes, please do. No problem. It is just that I'm already writing a lot of things here. I don't see a sense of you also doing the exact same thing. But if you are making your notes, I think a better thing would be to take a printout of the PPTs, right? The white background ones, write there while the class is going on, and also write additional things that I may speak but don't write. That's called running notes. Running notes. Kishan, please relax. We will discuss that tomorrow. Why not direct elections? And Kishan, we don't elect the prime minister. When we have a very strong logical argument, I feel, oh, logical argument. PM is not elected in the country, right? Narendra Modi was made an MP from Varanasi. PM is appointed, not elected. We'll come to all these things. These minor nuances which we don't understand, but through the newspaper so far, we'll understand it. Don't worry. Sachin, it is not possible. You can only be an MP from one area. How can you be an MP from 2 areas? Yes, Sachin, you'll get that. Okay, Aishwarya. Any official example, Kumar? An official example is replace these engineers with BJP MLAs, Congress MLAs, Aam Aadmi Party MLAs. Simple. Today's session was a bit of mathematics because of the vote value. I think this is the only part in polity where some maths was required. Then not really. Then maybe after 5 or 6 days, we'll be discussing a topic called types of majorities, there some basic calculation is required. Otherwise, there's no calculation. Don't worry. Polity is as far as you can be from maths. If you hate maths, if you love maths, then find some other things. So, proportional representation means that in any group, the representation of a community should be in the same proportion that they are in the total population. For example, if let us say there are 100 people, 100 jobs in the country, and we want to make reservation for some community. Let's say community A, we want their reservation. How many seats will be reserved for them? We'll find out that in the total country's population, what percentage are A? If A's percentage is say 15%, then amongst 100 people, 15 seats to be reserved for A. That's proportional representation. Okay? President does not belong to any house. Are we able to understand this? We'll discuss all these things later on. Swarnali, revise the notes 3 times first and then read the chapter as far as you can. Utkarsh, yes, we'll discuss that tomorrow. Kishan, yes, it is overlapping, definitely, but the MP represents a bigger area, more people. Yes, Shargun, that's actually correct. Tajinder, take out time during your work hours, is all I would say. And for any working professional, the only advice I would give is study before you leave for work. Because once you come back from work, you'll be too tired. Same thing goes for college students and all. Just try to study before you go for work. So wake up early in the morning and then study rather than studying after you come back. Okay. Okay, guys, I believe all your queries, doubts are largely addressed. Tomorrow, we'll take up for discussion the single transferable vote and again, one more thing. I would also request you to find some time to read the monthly magazine on a daily basis from today only. What are you waiting for? From today only, take some time out, decide one time of the day. In that time, you will be reading the monthly magazine. Are we clear on this? It could be 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 2 to 3. Don't worry how many pages. Just read for that 1 hour. 4 pages or 6 does not matter. So, from tomorrow onwards, or today onwards, 19th of June, May, monthly current affairs magazine. These two things need to be done along with class notes 3 times. Okay. Firstly, read the May magazine, then we'll come to January also. Don't worry. Chandra Jyoti, it will not happen. The vote value is uneven, is odd. It won't happen. Okay, that's all for me, guys. You can read ARM also, no problem. David, constituencies are formed by the delimitation commission based on population only, but now it has modified now because of the old constituency size, so it has modified drastically now. Anyway, that's all for you. Will be ARM stands for additional reading material. You will be getting an additional reading material also. You can read it if you want to. Class notes means PPTs, of course, of course. Read the Byju's monthly magazine. What else will you read? Download. I think the link was shared by the subject expert. So please download that and read the monthly magazine for the month of May. Okay. That's all for me, guys. Let's meet tomorrow. Till then, that's all for me. Jai Hind.